Let's finally get started with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, as early access is now up. Alright, so our first quest is the next ship to sail. Alpha Node's feeling the need to take stock. Decided to do more of a full screen look for this one as well. Mainly just because, you know, you need a bit more detail. There's a lot more going on the screen. I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite, and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let's take stock of the facts. The crisis began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We've learned that said structures are brought into being by an organization known as the Telepharoi. Their stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would destroy everything. That's real bad. It's real bad out here. We are, in fact, forging ahead after, I think it was like a 15 to 20 minute queue time. Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive ore surrounding the spires, we can't get close enough to rescue anyone. You know, towers are fucked up. They hook people up, make people summon moon primals. It's fucked up. After what happened to Ehrenwald and a bad character, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Oh, hey, it's me. Yeah, while these threats close to home are paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. The Telepharoi are under the leadership of Damn Daniel and the other delightful fellow, Xenos Yegalvis. He's cool. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered the Emperor, and then plunged Garlemald into a pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it for a good while. It saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Secession. But that has since changed in troubling ways. Surprised they didn't make us fight Lunar Titan. Yeah, I know. They're like, finally, you could have a break. During a reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons, the cry of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence, which did blanket. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered. And with nary a word spoken, did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they are indeed made thralls, it's safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telepharoi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe, or I'm sorry, catastrophe. That's how you say that. We need to devise a means to counter the threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. Okay, under the weight Night Corps would be pretty good. We'll find a way in Sharlayan. Master comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Thank you, Drew Warrior Jack, for the 30. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, hello, Oomphy. We received word from Mistress Kryl. Not the bad one, this one's slightly better. She says the arrangements are good to go. We're to head to Limsa Laminsa aboard the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesia. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Yeah, we'll totally do that. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should go. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. God, you're so... What a perfect character they've made with her. She puts more work in than like 75% of our main cast. It's real good. Okay. I'm so glad I set up this UI like months ago, being like, I'm gonna stream and I should probably like, make it look at least presentable. The only thing people don't see is the next current scenario quest in the top left, but that's more for me. In terms of like changes that they made to this, I noticed that most of the new buttons that at least my class get are just replacement buttons. Where it's like, oh, this button just turns into this later in the combo or something like that. I was like, thank God. It meant that I barely had to adjust my bars. That's always the problem when it's like you're getting 10 levels, you have to completely change how everything looks. The only thing I had to change was get my new final attack and just slot it in over the dragon mode activation button, which they've just deleted. Which, honestly, might be their best. Might be their best move. Let's see which one is that? Arcanist Guild. Okay. Do you think these gameplay changes will be good for new players? Probably. I feel like some of them, like the damage number, like shrinking, is gonna make it so that some fights when more current players group up won't be as much of a squash. But everything they seem to have been putting forth seems to be pretty smart. Except for like the new job changes for Dark Knight, where it seems like they just decided to make it not fun, not as fun. This is a really good change for the Aethernet shit. Like, look at this. They now put the fucking map up when you choose these, so you actually know where you're going. I don't know how it took us 8 years of this version of the game to get here, but I didn't know I wanted it. But I'm glad it's here. Ah, the cutscene must be inside you. Everyone's here. Yes. Everyone's here. Also, please don't mind the Endwalker logo on the bottom left. It's to block chat. I'm in a free company and I don't wanna leak their important conversations. Gotta be respectful.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis.
You feel like becoming a bunny? No, I like the female aura a lot.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
It's too bad they made the male aura look like such doofuses.
Every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale
They
I'd
run like
to
Crash
hear.
Bandicoot? Jesus Christ. They do.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
You okay?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
5'11" versus 6 foot.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. painfully well.
Better.
Guys, we've been playing this for less than 10 minutes technically. How the fuck is he already getting bullied? That was so quick.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Most bullyable boy in A or Z. If we're going bullyable boy, it's probably Magni or whatever his fucking name is. I'll bring him back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings
God
you all
damn it,
this way?
motherfucking Hori.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation. So we
I
thought we'd see
genuinely
you off before
forget
heading
about
to the
Hori
tower.
Boulder.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
Okay.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
But frankly, you should just call her up as soon as we land. You know how dangerous these things are. It's like you call your folks after you fucking go through a flight. MSQ is long. 10 hours you haven't passed the level 80 quest. Interesting. We'll see how this goes for
And so
for me.
you venture forth unto the unknown.
Yes. Thanks,
A
Oomphy.
fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Whee!
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Ah! Map. We have a map. Okay, so we set sail from Limsa. We're going up. We're going up. We're almost to the secluded Old Sharlayan. Oh no, the banger is echoing in my mind.
Feel.
Looks surprisingly dark on this. I could probably boost this. Let me see here.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
There we go. Yeah, now you're matching me. 10 brightness seems to be okay.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
To be fair, I don't imagine we'll be having a lot of scenes cloaked in complete darkness. So-called free hearers, thinkers, and feelers. Yeah, I swear. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I can feel the Heidelin senses going off again. Ma'am, you're glowing. Thank you, Jet Black J.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
I wonder who you possibly could be.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
It's really funny. All pre-release said is like Lady of the Light. I'm like, you could just, you know. I don't know if I can trust your words, I'm gonna be honest. You're a little bit too white for me.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
How about that, Spartacus? I've basically been ignoring and have no interest in gaming news in the world where Endwalker exists, I'm gonna be honest.
Which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Okay, goodbye. I guess you can just teleport and talk to me sometimes. Kind of like what Ardbert did, but Ardbert was funnier because he would just appear in the background as if he's about to announce that he shit his pants to me.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Like one of the Hill House ghosts.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Oh, nice. They played the track. We're ready to go.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Moon. It starts.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
God, this place looks gorgeous. Also, that aetheryte looked sick.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
I want to get into 14, but the controls and console are too weird.
With satisfactory evidence of identity and
I got
intent,
used to it and prefer it
then
more
foreigners
over
may be
using a
granted
keyboard.
entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yeah, you can heavily customize, like, the controls, like what buttons or what part of the cross-hop bar. You have several additional things to advance them.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city.
You can change wherever
Would you
UI
be so
element
kind
is.
as to process our entry application?
And its size.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Book.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Searching book for names.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah, he did that live in front of everyone. It was really weird.
And while such personal circumstances
Who's
constitute
dead yet?
no reason to deny you
The kid's
entry,
relationship with their dad.
I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Reign of Felgrand. I'm an artisan.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
There's something really funny about how at no moment going here did he ever think that he would be asked, what do you do now?
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh!
Thanks. I fucked up real bad.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I don't think he would know how to answer, give him more time. Clearly. Well, here we are. A bit stormy. Ah, okay, there you are. I'm like, please stop making the NPCs you talk to the smallest race in the game, please. God damn. I plan on getting a sub once my financial situation's settled. Oh, okay. Thank you, Alex Leafy. Remember, no rush. Always get your stuff settled and whatnot. Kryl sweeps the Scions with a speculative look. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I learned and how we might proceed. But this is Reyna and Estidian's first time at Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, people you're dying to see, so I propose we postpone our agenda so you may have time to recover from your journey and get bearings on the city. Brave the chat's only sub only. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. People are hours ahead. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm going. Here's what we'll do. All right, I'm gonna turn this on, and I apologize to those who are not in. So this is something we'll have to do. However, in penance for my insolence of having to do this, I'm gonna randomly gift some subs to people. Fuck it. I'll give 5 subs to my own chat. Okay, you guys made it in. Congrats. This patch has been out for almost 12 hours, so there's already, like, people that are gonna be, like, ahead. So I'd rather avoid spoilers in the chat if possible. So we'll be in sub mode until we complete the main scenario. I've just been taking glamour shots with Nunu. Yeah. You never know. You might also have randomly people who watch a streamer who's progressing really hard, and then they're like, "I'm gonna say story details from the stream I watched every single stream in the 14 category." Speak to Graha. Oh, Graha, are you stuck in here? Yes, you are. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. He's now accompanying you. Keep him at your side to proceed with... Excuse me? If you leave him behind by entering a different area using the Aethernet by putting too much distance between you, you can also speak to Graha Tia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have him accompany you, return and speak to him at the original location. While he's accompanying you, next try speaking to Prime. Okay. Hello. Thanks for the gift sub, of course. We are on a hot date. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be The Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kral is now accompanying you. Lead them to The Last Stand and speak to her at... Okay. I guess that does make it actually feel like a group. While your company may encounter conversation points. Enter the glowing area and do the thing. Okay. Oh, this is neat as hell. This is great. Do you know about how long you spent on the main scenario quests, like for all of them to catch up? I can't say I remember, but a decent amount of time. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Hold up. Ah, yes. The path leading out to the sea is known as the Thaliac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. The Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else, thus when Thaliac was chosen as our patron deity, it is more a matter of pragmatism than belief, and alignment of principles. We have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our fate is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Now that is one sight, that's the sight one could hardly forget, the giant statue of Thaliac. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Bal, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Okay, and then they moved just fine. Let's head on over to the red. Okay, you guys are in. And here we are, The Last Stand. Mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. White. How can I put this? The food, it's bland, as encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment toward cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. They're like, we eat Wonder Bread and water. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and made a proper eatery. And thus we have The Last Stand, a place that seasons food. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you are a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. Yo, shout out to the Afro. This is pretty good. Shout out to Spinglebab Scrubungus. This is getting so stupid. When I fucking see someone rolling around Sharlayan that's a sprout, I'm like, god damn it. An unusual shape, isn't it? Yeah, the aetheryte does look weird. I assure you, however, it is perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Being the diligent tour guide, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off to our next destination, northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest market. And let's fucking do that. Alright, we're in. Alright, kids. Let's head over here. God, this really is like the best city they've ever made. Just the general look, openness, and the colors used. It's real good. I was like, is that like a small person with a big sword out? It's like, no, they're just laying down. I was like, what's going on over here? Welcome to the Agora, where you'll find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I could think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Ahem. Boo. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one that, which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb up the stairs to that imposing building, very top. Yeah, these areas feel like the ultimate, like, I'm going to AFK here, because this place is great. Oh, we have a conversation piece. Discuss the water features. Those little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Those nice little fountains. This is the Nymphaeum? An area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood, which precipitated the birth of the nation, as well as the symbol of knowledge which flows from the Thalic's divine ewer. I'm gonna miss that fat cat that just left. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Okay. Okay, onward. We have more stairs to climb, kids. It's really funny we finished FF5, where I was like, oh, not a big fan of this Kryl, and then we start this and we're hanging out with this Kryl, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that. The grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my rival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they would go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarian. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, though, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh god, yeah, this view is... Fucking, of course he got lost in this. Look at that. You can see all the nice landmarks. Hey, yeah, we just keep going down here. I was a little worried when it was a little stormy out when we first landed in this place, but I'm glad that we've, it's since cleared up almost immediately. We've arrived at Journey's End. I'm playing on PS5. History tells us this was where those who put ashore with Archon Numkripf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance from the time being, given they disowned their children in the last patch. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you. Okay. But yeah, I'm doing the PS5 version. I was doing PC for a bit, mainly because my PC was strong enough to, like, run it really, really decently. Had decent detail. But then the PS5 came out, and then it was, like, good. I'd rather... It's easier to stream with a capture card than it is for me to take up one of my computer monitors and PC things. It's more comfortable. Also, the PS5's loading is severely cut, so that's great. It's funny because the PS5 has a boot thing where you boot up a game and it just shows the logo before the Endwalker text goes over it, and it's supposed to fade in, which takes a full second, and then it'll cut to the game. The PS5 boots it so fast that the text can't fully... It's like halfway on the opacity before it's already cutting in. Because it's so fast, it's really funny. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Ah, you were right about the ship, then. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Reyna. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, administrative officer of the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kral and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. We might be in different, like, shards or something for this area. That's why we didn't run into each other. Because there's too many people logging in. Way to make use of the city's research facilities, procurement, supplies. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We're so congested. Like, you can be in the same zone and technically not be in the same zone. With so many lost to us, our organization's a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telepharoi fail. Through that door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Endron, or Endron. So please, feel free to go in there and take off your pants. Ah, the nap rooms. Of course the fucking Catboy's like, yes, naps, I love those. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than the cheap roadside inn. Don't worry about it. So simply, we're often so busy or exhausted, we would slip into the Endron just to steal a few winks. Thus, they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Is Graha's neck really weird? Well, I'm gonna have to get a better look at his neck in a following scene to really observe our cat boyfriend's neck. Ah! Was not expecting it to be so crowded again. Fucking threw me off. Welcome back. Ready for a nap? Oh no, they want me to speak to Kryl. Where is she? Oh, we're in hell. I don't think she has popped in properly. That or she is so deep in here. Graha, have you seen her anywhere? She's behind that door. God damn it! I'm always being fucking tricked. I swear to God. I should have looked at that thing that said the main hall, but I was so worried that everyone was just grouped in that that's the only thing I was concerned about. Hello. Ah, the group has reconvened.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telepharoi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Cool old guys.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
They are united in fucking over the world.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Alphanod's dad could never be as cool as the grandpa. He was the coolest there ever was.
One which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Ugh.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's
That
lines
must
of
be me.
inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Okay, I'll do everything. Yeah, punchy.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Okay, now I'm looking at it. Yeah, why is Graha's neck so long?
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Punch. Yes. Yeah, it's a good jingle. Okay, so we have 2 different main quests that we can go that make us do different places. Which, if I recall, they did some... If I recall, this is just their method of, we need to funnel players to different directions bad. Because of how these things launch. House Chestnut Weapon Coffer. Gives me an eye level 515 weapon. Gives me the horse chestnut. Oh, it's horse chestnut, not house chestnut. God damn it. Fucking. Use. Generated. Alright, how's this look? That's not bad. It's not bad, but I have an outfit. You know, I actually kind of like the fit on this. Do you have any dyes? Doesn't look like it. Looks like I cleared out most stuff. I don't know. I have like a jet black looking thing, but I also have this white thing going on. Actually, the white looks pretty good. Oh yeah, totally. We will rock that. Yeah, this is good. All you need to do to get me impressed with the fit is give me only 1 shoulder pad. Alright, chat, so we get to choose who to hang out with, and Stinian and Urianger are on one side, so I will pick that one. So we're going to Thavnair. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, so are we. Haven't been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral is of the same mind, has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Huh? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whom sanctuary we delivered the, owing to the knowledge of God. Reading him is hard. Moonbrita was an authority on aetherology, a field study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' stuff. Both are authorities in their own right, both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me. As it had been many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed them to be the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Yeah, Urianger, that shit happened like 2015. I'm gonna need you to fucking hold up, please. If it's too difficult, we can manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Okay. Speak with kid at the. Oh yeah, this is just gonna be here because of this quest. Should I just? I should probably just accept this. Also, right? I mean, yeah, there's no reason not to. It's not like they didn't put a warning if this will cancel the other one. Exit the annex to the right. You'll find yourself in the archives. Fucking Raubon's left arm. God damn it. I just think about when I was in a free company in like 2015 and someone literally named their character Raubon's other arm. And I fucking lost it. I'm like, dude, that happened 4 months ago. Why are you doing this? This is fucked up. The Confluence. Okay, that's right near the Aetherite. Alright, first order business, chat, is not the quest, but to attune to all these little babies. We need easy access. True, he was stuck in another reality for a little bit, but you know. Heavensward, post-Heavensward, Stormblood. A little more than half of post-Stormblood. I don't know, I feel like you can figure something out. But whatever. Everybody has their flaws. Let's see, we attuned to that. We should probably attune to the one that's, like, pretty far out. Which we can get to through... Yeah, through following this. This will take us to the Studium. Realize I'm using a PS5, so this room's gonna start getting pretty hot. Let me move my fan real quick. It's like I'm heating up, and then I look at my fan off in the distance, and they're like, yes, it is hot. It is 86 degrees in this room. And I'm like, oh, okay. Ah, much better. Here's what we seek. Hello. Alright, our next set would be, I guess, the Rostra over there. Do I play the PS5 version? Yes. My pre-order started down with the PS5 version, but I was still using the old one. Yeah, I just switched to the PS5 version once it came out. And then I pre-ordered, and then it started downloading this yesterday evening. I was wondering if I was going to have to do additional downloads through the launcher, but I guess not. I guess they fucking figured that out years ago, probably. Okay, we're gonna wanna get these all the way over here. Spent a decent amount of time, I think, some months ago, getting getting my UI placement just right on here. Like moving the job gauge and my buttons, sizing, and other things. It's like I want as much screen space cleared up for the world as possible. So I try to get everything on the bottom. It's weird that the PS5 controller slightly vibrates every step you take. Yeah, I think they adjusted it because I believe, like, originally it was a bit more aggressive. To be honest, I actually did not notice it until you pointed it out. Now I can feel it. No fucking way one of my mutuals is fucking level 90. I swear to God, I know some fucking animals. Get fucking soaking going good on the guitar. It was one of my friends, Shib. Does some cage running and whatnot. You remember him as the star of the hit Stickman Sham Channel Points Redemption. This is all Sham's fault. Also one of the many members of that, the great Twitch podcast, Dinner with the Boys. You've attuned yourself to the Aethernet shards on old Sharlayan. Hell yeah. Okay, time to actually fucking continue what we were actually doing. I just wanted easy access here, because if I don't do this now, I'll be a dipshit and forget for, like, the entire expansion. Yeah, it's this next building over. Best thing I did was, for a controller player, was I set a macro where you click in the right stick and it immediately procs sprint if available. It's especially helpful in combat when you need to get the hell out of an AoE. Well, now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Kryl, the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair, and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome. Well, I don't like that. We're about to test some dumb teleportation shit. It's gonna be real bad. You haven't heard? Well, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient, but incontrovertible limitation of Aetherite teleportation. But what if I told you there was a way to travel without being attuned? What if that was possible? Way to teleport instantly, a place you've never been before. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible. People might move around more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly? Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these, but the Aetherites themselves must be pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel. But it just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, the other in Yedlidmod, a port town in Thavnair. As you know, our nation has long maintained strong ties to Razathan, and indeed, we owe much of the breakthrough to the contributions of them. Sum it up, we're to test these. How fortuitous for you. I should have mentioned that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like you that suck. The magics imbued within them will whisk you away. That's not true, Thancred. You're doing your best. A veritable dream come true, and far be it for me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours. You know, for safety things, you know. May come as a surprise, we actually struggle to find test subjects, because this is horrifying, and is going to possibly kill you. But it's plain that you are most people. This just Kryl truly knows how to pick them. Thumbs up. I was like, uh-oh. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowita not present? You didn't hear? They recently resigned. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see I have dodged all responsibility. Any other questions? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations, then head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. Exciting. Please sign all this paperwork. It's very important. Very, very crucial. Ah, this is a sparkly wait spot. I didn't see it over the minion. Okay, just turn this knob.
We're all set.
Oh, okay, cool.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
Yeah.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Gamer premonition. I'm the only one that's gonna make it there.
If our 3 travelers could line up here,
The other 2 are
please.
just gonna be scattered somewhere else.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Premonition, this kills Thancred.
And one last thing.
Oh, no.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Thancred, you're going to shit your pants. Behold, we were here, up in old Sharlayan. We have now teleported out to go to basically almost the exact opposite side of the world, Razadhan.
Thavnir, home to city-state Razadhan. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time.
Well, there's me.
Now across this vibrant isle
Okay.
creeps a fog of malice.
Ah, I'm surprised.
What choice do you have?
Blech. Oh god. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's him too. Oh god. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
What chance?
Okay, thank God. I'm like, please. Oh, you're dead. You're like, it got me the worst. Daddy Justinian, you gotta solve all the problems, please. Is this standard whether you're lucky to get a storm? I'm pretty sure it's like luck-based. I imagine they wanted to give us good money shots of the color of this place, but I was like, no, you're getting a storm. Fetal position. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Not good. Not great.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Yeah.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
We're doomed. Heidelin, please. I will fight through this and protect our money. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Estinian? Estinian, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, he's over there. Okay. Oh, that's bad. Let me attune to this. Never want to go through this again. Okay. Sprint. Oh no. You. Yeah, you there. I need 3 drinks. By the matters, yeah, a traveler. I mean, greetings. You are wise to come to me, my special. It is made with the finest and freshest ingredients. I'm to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Not for 1, for 2, but 3 bottles. The price is high road robbery. If you want to say as much to a city, but you realize any words of warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and using gestures deny the... Fucking, let's see. Let me see where deny is on this list here. This is going to require me to properly be able to read, which, honestly, is quite the challenge. So I think what I'll do is I'll just scroll over here and type it. Because I won't find it, because I'm an idiot. I shall deny. Thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Ah, my sickness is gone. Wait, I shouldn't buy it? The merchant is swindling me? What? Sincerest apologies, sir. I appear to have my price is confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others. I'll be back after I've explored the town. drink your juice. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. What? I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for that? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost you, Estinian? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. Estinian, you spent 9,400 gil on a rubber band? I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as his dominion, the nation of Razat Han hath long something. Having to read Uriange's thing slows me down. Look at that elephant! Look at that thing. Look at him. Over time, they came to be joined by other races. Through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. Development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. Yeah, it's like a fat shoe puff. I love it. How all that hath combined to make a trading power of Razatan. Okay. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that the merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant does suggest that oversight is much weakened. Or mayhap the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more, so we'll just seek out Kral's acquaintance. Shall we see what information we can gather here in this place? Excellent. We didn't get off to a flying start, but we can make up for it. What a good quest finish track. We got ourselves some gloves. Let's split up and make inquiries in town. Reyna, the pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we'll regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting, though the mere sight of it may be. Alright, let's gather some info over here by the pier. Yo, look, a car. Okay, ignoring the car. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left out too long. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naronair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had spawned fell fiends as well. We still have our lives to thank to the, our lives thanks to the Radiant host, but business is as good as dead. Which explains why they get one person willing to buy something, they're like $10,000 for a fucking one hairband. I may never see you again. I need this money now. Hello. What am I doing? Recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly anything sells these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like KZXcellent. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay KZXcellent a visit. Okay. You'll find him in the Saltwind Sales. Oh, nice! You can see the fucking tower in the back here. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you visited, there appears to be very little activity. Okay, let's check out this KZXcellent guy that has like a consortium or whatever. The Dalmaskins aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't gonna help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might have happened. The Empire's at war with itself, the provinces are in chaos. Then there's the tower sitting on the our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame forwarders for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget the Dalmaskin. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality's guaranteed. Money back. I know all these things. I work here. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been canceled and indefinitely postponed. Punch. And you are? Hello. Oh, you're a foreigner, a merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. No, sorry about that. Not a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. Talk to one of the others if you want to chat with somebody. Yo, shout out to this dude's Chungus Tale. It's pretty good. My name's Matsya. Hello. You're a giant elephant, man. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later, then. Yeah, forget about it. Well, I will speak to you. I've always wanted to be friends with an elephant man, so... Yes, can I help you? Oh, I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with KZXcellent too, didn't you? I'm Matsya, fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to him, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man. I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I kick ass. An adventurer! And you travel the world helping people. Oh. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people, and I've only dealt with calls all, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, would you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Well, if you're willing, please let me know and we can begin once. Alright, Chad, we're selling fish. That's the only thing we can do before the end of the world. The events of follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Ah, okay. I guess that would cause problems. If you're trying to, like, queue for other stuff, too. You. Come with me. Matsuya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side. You wish to have Matsuya... Yeah, I have a general idea how this shit works now. I was about to say, please don't fall. Pew, pew. Yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you. Suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbed whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain here for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back. Continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. When monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. The days where we can earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why'd I have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Huh, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some fish. Best in the fucking biz, baby. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked. I don't know why I feel so good about how I fucking sold fish, but I'm feeling it pretty hard right now. This is how you make a sale. You start building, you build a relationship, then you go in for the fucking kill. Because he knows he's on the dock, and if he says no, I push him in the water. This is how we get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit or whatever? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't have to be export quality. What do you need so many of those for? Why, for eating, of course, may not seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stockpiler by trade, but with no vessels coming in, the wares are piling up. By the same token, nothing's coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving. Wears me down, find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? Is this like stress eating? When I think on it, I'm not too sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I'm feeling unfulfilled and I try to fill the void by gorging. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish. Why do you ask? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Apologies. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have a Akiali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madame, and if you like it spicy, I recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. It does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Once again, I show that I'm the best in the fucking world. Alright, back to work on our fishing, fish-selling excursion. We're getting to see more of the color of this place now that it's no longer as dark. Thankfully. Okay. Alright, we got this person over here. Bazama. Ugh. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, gods. My stomach. Ugh. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate too fast. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly. Savor it. Oh, with that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like it or not. Circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Oh, well, it's not like I'm trying to impress everybody. Oh, go. I have to get back to work. Ah, damn it, we picked the wrong choice. I'm sorry, Elephant Man. Yeah, you start to build a relationship. Hey, can't win them all. Thank you for your demonstration. It was eye-opening. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I did make that dude slightly horny, so I guess we did end up doing something. Alright, let's go back to the port. How do I get to this area? If you're in the Matsuya? Matsuya, what's going on? You alright, man? Okay. Well, back to it. In the main scenario, after you arrive in the first town, they give you a choice of two paths to go. I went with the one with Thancred, Estinian, and Urianger. Okay, Mattia, you're very excited, I see. Grahan ended up doing that. If that happened, I'm glad it happened with this guy, because I think it's the funniest. He's so huge. Thank you so much for showing me all that stuff. You managed to sell 2 of the 3 people. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Yeah, there's no problem. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. Well, I heard a familiar voice. Who should it be but Matsuya? Ghazal, have you finished your business with the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? No. I'm sorry, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, but I can barely help myself. Poured my all into this consortium. And I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and family depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. Thanks again, and here's hoping I don't die. Poor elephant man. Let's go check back in with Thancred. Loading is actually faster. I feel like I can get to this faster this way than the other option. That's probably wrong, but I'm willing to believe it. Yes, absolutely. I forgot that it's basically instant. Hello. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I learned how to sell fish. We heard that the tower is affecting many local livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telepharoi. Let's see, how are we looking on inventory in terms of, like, gear? We just have, like, the gloves, so can't say I care too much on that. I'll wait until I have, like, a couple of more pieces. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's, Arca Sodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. That's bad. They're getting hooked up into that tower. That's not good. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that the Arca Sodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevail in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. We got important business. We gotta go that way. Can I mount in this area, I wonder? It seems like it. Actually, there is something I wanna do in terms of like system. There we go. I don't want it to play mount music, given we're in a new expansion. Holy shit, when the sun came up, this area became like a 10. You do not see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Let's zoom out a bunch. We'll go up this ramp. Thank you so much, Joe, for the sub. For people just tuning in, of course, we are in sub-only mode, mainly dealing with spoilers and other things and whatnot. You do not see Matsya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Came from the north. Yeah, also be careful with Twitter and the general chat. Yeah, I'm basically never looking at it because my TV's so large I have to physically choose to look in the corner. And that's only going to happen in dungeons. Uh-oh. We are under attack. Let's see. There we go. I was like, where's my other buttons? Let me fuck you up, I insist. Hour and 50 minutes in, that's the first time I initiate any sort of combat. Hell yeah, let's go. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found them in time. Hey, things were happening. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. Void Lenza. Fucking, yeah. Yeah, it's a good call. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do, and then those men came. Kidnappers. We heard the Arcus Adora being kidnapped. Surely you have as well. Best if you just refuged in the city. We considered it, me and the others, but fishing's all we know. The ocean's all we have. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of the beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. Then another line that I accidentally skipped. I'm sure they're all fucked up. For that reason, some have taken to calling the Tower Zot. Yo, Tower of Zot, let's go! House of Divinities. They're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that only bring death. To have one's fate so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art, thou bananas. Though, that 'tis for no other purpose than to neutralize the tower we have journeyed to this land. 4 heads we move. In time, we may be forced to contend with the false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou tell us thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, I'd ask my fellow villagers to do that. So please, come to our village. We're good gods-fearing folk, and all of us would be honored to share our knowledge. And fish? What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Got nothing else to do. Just follow the road west and down the hill. Good episode of Armchair Devs as always. Yeah. Feel like that's in the top 5, maybe top 3 of our best podcasted this year. So 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnarian gods that have been summoned. Pray we'll be able to save them. No spoilers for that Armchair Devs, though. Just letting people know. Please be kind. Save for when I go to work on Monday. Ah, okay. I know it can be tempting, yeah. We've had that one cooking in the tank for months. Finally found a lot of things got fast tracked, so it kept moving. But it's finally out. I guess I should grab this current. Let's see. Logs. Travel? Aether cards, there it is. Thavnir. There's a bunch of them. My bones. Well, here's the humble village. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save for that. Make yourself at home. Your companion has already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to share yourself around and do the same. One of us could tell you about our gods, but you can do worse than to speak with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom, who assume the form of men, and Murga, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay. Some are humans, some are cool monster things. Interested in learning about our gods? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Mirga, deities who look like a man and beast respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Mirga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, Manusya coveted the might of the Mirga, so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus they were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. And then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Mirga, the limbs of men. Yo, that's sick as hell. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you're off talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we'd like to see it. Our first one, Jesus, and like, wait, what? Ah, they are Manusya. You heard about them already. 3 sisters. The center is the eldest, Cinderuva. They hold her in the highest. To her right, the middle sister, Sandaruva, the goddess of wealth, and to the left, Mindaruva. You can just call them the Magus sisters if you wish. I appreciate they're like, we're not gonna call them fucking Cindy and fucking Mindy and fucking whatever. Put a little flavor on it. What are the Mirga? The Mirga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasodara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap that's the ruler of Razadhan, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. It has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever a satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally, I like those. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear, and I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve well in our efforts to deal with the tower. Oh, that's very kind for you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Thank you, Elephant Man. We are to commence a quest that is literally right here. The Great Work. Did you say you were going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say that she's beautiful? Oh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. Well, you made her take care you don't drown in them. What a nice guy. Alright, let's zoom out and make our way over. Got the music here and the visuals here are fucking 10. They're just a 10. The perfumed rise. I wonder if we can get up there from here. It doesn't look like it. That guy was the Paul Blart of elephant people. God. Ah! An aetheryte all the way here at the bottom. I'm stalking you, giant crystal. Ow. Okay, this is the elevator. Okay. I was about to say, where the hell is it? And there we go. Oh no!
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the Great Work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes. Ah! They rise.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Hello, I'm important.
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
What?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Whoa! Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I would like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
This is fucked up. It's over.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
They're gonna drain him of all his fluids.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Okay. Yeah. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world and we're grateful that you would assist us with ours. The Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation. Reyna is an Eminently capable substitute. She can do so much stuff. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify aetheric things. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could that be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we're quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the aetheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales prove the most promising. Owing to their aetheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the blah blah. We seek to amplify the protective properties through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we should be able to make steady progress. Soon we'll be able to be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Yeah, better than having blood drawn, I guess. Perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we only ask that you serve as an escort. I'll explain it for greater detail later, but you'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the blah blah. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top of the hill. Yo, everyone on their animals just fucking filing in here. Here you are. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created the device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you're ready. Commencing aetheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing aetheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Look at it hop. Look at it go, chat. This is crazy. Look at him go. Readying. Please stand by. Back. Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm a little bit back. Okay, I'll just stay here. You're struck by a blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Ooh. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. We'll ignore that Cerberus. Readying ether. I'm gonna get a good distance. Ah, okay, you actually do need to run out and then run back in. Good. Want to make sure I was doing it right. Hey, we did it again. Resuming test. This is quite the pathfinding you've decided to do, Drunken Deepa. But suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow Embrace for final discharge. Alright, let's see how we did. You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congrats on retaining your composure and your humors. You are mine now. Hello, Miss Nadana. I did it. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You feeling perfectly fine? Yeah. So the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too. Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, the talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores for a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come to me as an escort? I would compensate you for your troubles. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let's head to Kajaya's Footsteps. It's on the road that runs east to the Great Work. Alright, let's start venturing through more of the countryside. I can actually really feel the PS5's rumble whenever I'm on a mount where I'm like, yeah, this is a little bit too aggressive. Whatever, we'll deal. I may simply be imagining, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Ah, here's their squad. Thankfully, the other players are helping me with this by them fighting their guys right next to it. The benefits of launch night. Gods! Well, that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good. Let's continue on. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. I wonder if I can kill the Pasaka. It's only like 80. Fuck it. Oh yeah, there's no problem. There we go. I just need to feel it. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place and train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I'll set about harvesting it at once. You'd be so good as staying guard. Sure, it's taking a while to get to a dungeon. In terms of like the main story stuff, yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do here before they hit it up. I know the first dungeon is supposed to be like 81. So I still got to get it a little bit stronger before I can even think about getting in one. I was already thinking about how if we hit the dungeon I'm not strong enough, I might just do some of the MSQ of the other path to build. But we'll see. Who knows how they paced it.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Fucking damn Daniel.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thanks for keeping watch. Let's head back to the Great Work. Pretty sure the Great Work's next to an Aether, right? So yeah, so I can do that. Ah, so fast. I actually moved right before it fucking procced. That's funny as hell. Reyna, thank you for the assistance. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you. It seems the stores of Giant's Gall are running low. What? But when I last looked, there were still plenty. I suspect that was before Arianje told everyone about their tempering cure. As Stidian shared his knowledge of dragons, your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we'll need to replenish. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate it, I can't go conscious send you out there alone while there's kidnappers. Reyna, loath though I am to press another task on you immediately, might I ask you to fetch it? In case you're not familiar, Giant's Gall is a type of ore found on the island, owing its hardness and ethereal conductivity. It has applications in many disciplines. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant's Gall Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take too long. I got it. Look, I touched my boob. Thank you. Maybe we borrow a pair of hams, though? By all means, we have plenty of ham. Then I'll bring the ham to the entrance. So nice of you to bring the ham. Beep boop. Help, I've fallen into a ravine. This is how I die. You apparently have content. Unlocks. Okay, so we're supposed to go find someone for that. That'll give us an aetheryte thing. We might as well do it for the experience. Nice fish. Ah, you're that way. We'll head there first before continuing the MSQ. It definitely rains a lot over here. And here we are. What do you mean? I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out long? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. Thank you. I'll inspect the walls. So could you make sure the stage is in order? Okay, I can go do that. I'm a mime. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. Besides seeing that aetheryte all the way over there. Just shining. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Some of that paint is worn off. Use a fresh coat. I'll wait till after I'm done with this general area before I randomly run off to tune to that aetheryte. Allow me to assist you. There we go. Any problems? The floor and the paint? I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thanks for helping. You know, it seems odd that I never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldesion. Yeah, that's me. And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I would... See, I like these apologies for doing bullshit. I appreciate that. I'm important. God damn it. Okay, back to town, which means we're gonna head over to that aetheryte. Because why not? I mean, I see it right there. And then later they're gonna be like, here's a quest to go to that general area, so we're close to it, and then I'll have a shortcut. I cannot jump off this cliff. Are you kidding me? I want my money back. I paid $8 million for this expansion. I can't even jump off a cliff. What the fuck is this? Eh, might as well just take the long way then. I can't even jump off this cliff? Fucking, who made this game? Idiots? Eh, we'll just go home. What the hell's the green on this? Ah, yeah, it's on the other side of the shore. If I paid $8 million, I should at least be able to die. Hello. Oh, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. Got it. Duh. Okay. Distraction cleared. Let's get back to business. Here's our ham. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they're close kin to your Eorzean dodos. If you have no objections, let's first make to the outpost. Oh, okay. Help! Help, this is a lot. This dodo's like a lot to deal with. Please help me. At no point was I prepared for this bird to ride up my hoo-ha. This spectacular formation stretching out of the water is called Kagga. Kagga. The sword legend holds was wielded by the Manusia against the Mirga. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. It straddles a small island. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Check out the level 81 fucking toucan. She's like, please stop. Please stop the bird. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we're honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for kids. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? Wonder how the fellow's faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition. And gladly I will. Don't think ill of the boss. Certainly not. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But I still worry for you. We would overcome the sadness if something were to befall you. It's real bad. Don't die. Just don't die. Oh, okay. I'll try my best. And who might this be? This is Raina Felgrand of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. Oh, from Eorzea. Towers have appeared over there too, yes? What's the situation like? You should exchange info. An excellent idea. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. You know they're the ones behind the tower, the Telepharoi. They declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? Take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let them have their way. It occurs to me I've yet to properly introduce our company. We're the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats, such as now. We train hard, admit only capable warriors. What are the towers in Eorzea? There's like 1 billion of them. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know a little or less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nuranair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner. How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monster contained till they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As my neutral nation and trading hub both, Razat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you'd best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Okay, bird. Though the Hamza appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper. Let's fucking go. Let's see, where the fuck is the gam... The oh fuck, it's way out there. The Perfumed Rise. You gotta make sure to clear up Fog of War. That gives us nice experience. Yeah, I'm gonna try and clear my plate as much as I can. Keep our experience bar moving. Leave me alone, bugs. We're going to die. Help! Never mind. That truck went hard. No sooner do you arrive than the Hamza dashes off. Hello, Zainua. Aye, this is indeed the Giant's Gall grounds. I am Zanuya. Is there something you require? Giant's Gall for the alchemists, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant's gall. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folks of the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Okay, now it's just a simple return home, but we're gonna try and explore more of this area down here. Looks like a lot of it's separated through like uncrossable like portions. Interesting. There seems to be some sort of like bridge or entrance up. Yeah, there's a bridge. Here we go. And I see a main scenario moment that's going to happen on this bridge eventually. Ah, we can't cross that. It's too bad. Ah, okay, can't proceed to this point yet. Fair enough. Welcome back. Dare I hope you have the giant's gall? Here you go. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you for bringing these. Now we have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous test. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take ease while you can. We just gonna chill out? We gonna talk to Glowy Woman? What are we doing?
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Ah, okay. What's up, old man? How we doing?
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Yuck.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned.
Stretch.
It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Yeah, well, forget about it.
What is it? What did you see?
Poop. I mean, nothing.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last. Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments!
Hell yeah.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Ooh, like the lens flare there. It's nice and bright. Just ordering some food, chat. Have to be quick and pragmatic about this shit. There's no chance of me logging out of the game because, you know, because apparently I'd have to then go through queues again. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Speak with Donna. Gonna be honest, I do not see the quest marker anywhere, because, I am not great about that. How about I just hit this? That's why. It was all the way up there. This side way will get us some more points. We got ourselves a boat. This is a rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. And should I become corrupted, do not stay your hand.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Yeah. Yeah, let's check it out. Check it out near the front.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Uh-oh. The tower has chains in it. Not good. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's not good. Oh, great. Mr. Damned.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this. Please.
Just another addition.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Yo, can you pass me that? I need that to help defeat your plan.
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old? I needed that.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Asian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a Ingenious without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
The Crystal Tower will always be the most important alliance raid.
All is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead. The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why?
Ah!
I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Oh god. Well, that went well. Ah, you've returned, but where's Mistress Nidana? She got sucked in. Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I'll report this at once. Yo, what's up, Thankard? So it's Fan Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you're right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain, as you are the big cheese in the group. Hey, shit's fucked. I just thought I'd come in here to tell you shit's fucked. Oh, shit's fucked. Oh, damn. Though she's trapped in the tower, like, what's up? Can we do anything? Is it dead? We must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This, Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let's make more, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to protect you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl. Okay. They can now talk on Discord. It's all good. In a report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition, he wants to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would like to discuss further avenues of collaboration. You're almost caught up with me. That's good. I picked this location first, and I've just been mainlining, aside from one side quest that opened an Aetherite. Or, fucking Aether Current. Let's go to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds. But yeah, this has been great so far. Very, very smooth, but I don't want to log out because I know it's a fucking mess out there. Ah, you're all the way out there. That keeps happening where I'm like, where are they? I don't see them, and they're like on the entire fucking corner. You can do this before Sharlayan. Once you arrive in Sharlayan, they're like, here's our plan of actions, and there's like there's like a group split, and then I just picked the one on the right. And then I went, oh, this must be the thing to funnel players into 2 different directions because expansion, congestion, that type of thing. So I just did this first. You know, right after you do the quest that gives you a tour of old Sharlayan. I'm like, Estinia's in this group. Of course I'll do this first. They said that, but then I guess I just didn't see the other quest. That's good old boomer eyes. We're finally going to that bridge. Now, if you excuse me, chat, I will wait till we get to the bridge, and then I'm probably going to take a quick minute or 2 break. Gonna run back and forth fairly quickly here. I forget how long you can idle in this game before they kick you out, so I'm gonna try and be pretty quick on any time I'm not doing an input in this. I think it might be 30 minutes. Yeah, I wasn't gonna spend more than 5 minutes away from doing anything in here. You get 30. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm like Jason's insane. He'll know. He's an addict. He'll know the details. All present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask you remain close to me at all times. Alright, I guess I'll take my break after this scene. I didn't know to immediately proc this scene.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rods at Han. Ye who enter here
I just read the
are
patch
subject
notes.
to the scrutiny
Okay.
of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Finally, we're here at Razad Han. God, this entire zone's gorgeous. But both this and the Sharlayan area both look fantastic.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota.
Hope you're enjoying it so far. I played 5 to 12. Went to
It
sleep.
seems a shame
Oh, I'm having
to
a great
bring
time,
you
yeah.
directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself.
Are his scales a mustache?
I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Huh?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
You hiding like a dragon or something back there?
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Yo.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Are you Veritra?
I am Veritra.
Okay, cool.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Rads at Harn had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads at Harn.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce.
I like when Vritra's front-facing, you can't see their eyes over their teeth.
Your eye. It was taken.
Ah!
"'Tis here," buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wind.
Yo, that's sick as hell.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Yeah, well, that was significantly cooler than I expected. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for the foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aether right here before leaving. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea.
Not really. I think it hurts really bad.
Oh, they made it tuned to the Aetherite that was around here, not the one in there, because that was like a temp thing. Okay, we've already attuned to those. Norbrand, here we go. Forget if this is the building. It is not. Okay. Actually, this is continuing the other one. Let's see. Wait, no, that is it. That is it. Main hall. Didn't want to accidentally continue the other one. Bro, you got like no gil. Yeah. Your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of the developments and discoveries. Okay. Ah, okay. That ends that arc, so we can kind of do the other one and then loop back. Okay, that makes sense. All right, chat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes here. I'm gonna check on a couple of things and then we'll be back to it. My directions were easy enough to follow. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Nomenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. The building is actually only an entrance, and one of many that for the archives extend deep beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree. Vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Nomenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. I've dispatched Shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alcé and Alphinaud will help continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor. There should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan's history or foreign policy. Okay, try to study some stuff. No problem. Hello. Hey, look, it's KM. How you doing? I shall emote. Air quotes. It's so great to see Gabi hanging out here in Sharlayan. Hey, that's me. Yeah, it's you. The title of the spine reads, An Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst us, the leading thinkers of our age, one scholarly depiction of a boundless sea of stars that firmly taken root. This heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alleg who came close to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they that launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I told you the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn our stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book's on the wrong subject. Whatever. It's talking about space. I like background shit. Spine reads Forever 20 Summers. Of course. What do we got? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life to which to achieve our goals. Thus I do share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let it be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. Even if you're old, just pretend you're not. Alright, no more delays except when food ends up arriving in here, but we should be continuing to look at books. Let's see. I don't even remember which books we explored. I do remember the subjects, though, so that should help. Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to even longer debates, resulting in delays and other stuff. Okay. It was decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. A body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers. Okay, that's something that actually mattered. Alright, so... here's hoping we can find the other books in due time here. This one's red. A settlement was established as an outpost in 1311. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting. Rumors spread. Areas further inundated with Eorzean students. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Okay. Following the Great Exodus, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Okay, well that's just lore on a lovely place we've spent a lot of time in, turning in stuff during Heavensward. Long, long ago on an island lived a rogue man by the name of Njunkrep, student of astrology, divined a flood of terrifying proportions that soon sweep over the lands. Built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew set sail for the imperiled realm. Blood arrived as foretold. It was there, however, that Njunkrep's crew hauled them aboard this ark. The danger had not passed. Okay. Only moments to spare. Njunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It's not long before the disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. that settlement prospered and time became the city of Sharlayan. Alright. Alright, well, we got another one. Let's try opposite side. Okay, you can't actually read the same books, too. Let's see. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yumkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men, brought to the brink of despair upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Thank you so much, Onyx, by the way. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With their knowledge, they did good stuff. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that, no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founding's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge, deliver the world. You've gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Alright. We have found the correct lore books that the game wanted me to get. I myself feel enriched through knowledge. Waiting. People in QB like waiting. Were you waiting long? It was like a second. Don't worry about it. How you doing? Wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alpha Node and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically. We have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes. At present, plans to skim them through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. Would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things are going over there. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alpha Node and I were to return, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. We bullying nerds yet? Don't worry, the dad's bullying some current nerds, so we have not been able to make contact and throw something at him. But eventually we will. Not a fan. We'll mend this rift one day. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? My situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard. In fact, for generations my people have been dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite. The Alligans founded the city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes. Of course, massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid. Many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back. My ancestors chose to remain, though. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yeah. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. Among Us. The nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant civilization. You know, House Darnus is filled with really annoying boss fights. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allig. As the last child born with the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me register as a Sharlayan resident. Even Thancred was taken in by Louis-Soix. Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yeah, regardless, we all provide with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have love of the country. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment. Ah, destination. More waiting it is. We've returned with our selections. I must say, the pickings were quite slim. Mr. Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on umbral calamities and articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps the knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Okay. Also, thank you, Hereupon Will, J. Flores, of course, for the subs. Appreciate it. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarant firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Let's see. This one. It was big. They were big monsters and they were scary. Oh yeah, it was after the final days arrived. Please forgive me for guessing. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until present day, we might have had some substantial stuff. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated from the Ashians. Was there aught else of note? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Yes, the Amaritians spoke of it. We never did hear the sound ourselves. So the ground was crying. I'll have to speak with one of the Nomenon's mammoths. Okay. Would you describe how the ancients sought to quell the calamity? They summoned Zodiark. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of stuff. Then once the balance was addressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to kill the ravages. Life spouted anew, and it was this fledgling souls that intended to render unto Zodiark a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Alright, that's a good detailed review. We've seen that they're, we've seen what they're doing with those towers, forcing people to summon primals as a catalyst. Trying to mirror conditions caused by unstable creation magic. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? Yeah, let's get back to the forum stuff. And also, look out for our cat girl. Everyone decided to pop in. That was very scary. I'm last, ain't I? Well, my extended research, or search of Archon's text, produced 1 or 2 useful books. Urianger learned of the sources of reflections from the Garen oracles for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was deemed Apocrypha, sealed away in the Great Gubble Library. It's even less likely that the knowledge of the Unsundered would, not to mention the horrors of the final day, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Stands to reason my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront and master with knowledge of the Telepharoi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant. Which only supports that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior, it's being kept secret. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or not, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work to be done. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. Hey, I did it. You look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find anything? No, we found nothing. It's over. It's over. Everyone's gonna die. Looks like the next quest will level us. We should turn these things in. Put this in the armory chest, yeah. Yeah, put those in there. Alright, Alize, where is she hanging out? She's near Scholar's Harbor. Ah, yes, we can't mount in this zone. Much less of a crowd on this part of the quest. As busy as ever. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? Okay, it's another one of these. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? Looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. We're just wondering if you knew of the Telepheroi. Oh, you're that fucking lady. And this woman's a foreigner. Ugh. Good talk. We're, talking about the Telepheroi. Oh, it's you. My apologies, I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master that I was helping you, you know what would happen. Yo, what's up, Dickin? What can I offer you? Oh, it's been a while. This is the owner of the Last Stand. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphanode had set sail for Eorzea and never came back. Then the disowning thing happened recently. It's complicated. Hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Well, you are an important house. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Sharlayans have the answers. Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you're here to find? Information on the apocalypse? Whatever we can learn. Ultimately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, right? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. You just finished preparing a few orders? Strike up some conversation while you're setting down food. You might get the answers you want. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Whatever, I got this. Pay attention now. I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set. Alright, tea for chatty grip on water edge. Omelet, regular. Gizla, omelet. Mikote. Alright, Catboy wants lobster. This is a Mikote, but this is a bit of a chatty table. It hasn't really named anyone. This truly is a tough situation, folks. We have a Catboy right there. But this is also near the water. So it could be the tea set. I guess I'll do the tea set. Yeah, there we go. Using the hint of the water. Okay, they know nothing about it. Okay, you, the name is actually fucking right here, so this will be easy. Omelet. It's kind of funny, it's like, this thing's gonna be hard. It's like, no, it's the top choice every time, which is kind of sad. I thought this was gonna be something like actually paying attention. We're neutral, fuck you. At last, my giant lobster. final day is the first I've heard of it. That would explain why my friend rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You know what a gleaner is? They're collectors. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here. Priceless books, unusual live specimens. If these Telephoroi made good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Watch the harbor, you see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. Well, at least we got something. Any trouble? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days. Even Dickens got nothing to offer. The Forum does have secret knowledge. They've done an impressive job of, you know, making it secret. Let's enjoy our drink somewhere else. Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongue. This should do nicely. Out of the wind, out of sight. You're right, there's no one else here.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan?
Thankfully I have wireless headphones. I'll be able to hear her
Graham
dulcet
said
tones.
that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
You know, listening to this scene while I was out, just hearing her say, I had to cope and seethe, made me feel bad.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yeah, they're trying to, like, protect
I think
shit.
they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telephoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Huh. You're so smart, Oomphy. Sorry about that, chat. Food finally arrived. It's a Friday, so it took forever for it to get delivered and whatnot. Too many distractions in the past hour. We leveled up, it was all worth it. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to the Nomenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Nomenon. Ah, it's over there. It's closest to the Studium. Well, the first of our many levels. Yeah, I'm interested. I didn't actually look at our actions for our job as we go. So our moves are going to be Draconian Fury. I'm pretty sure that thing just directly replaces one of my AoEs after I do a combo. Then we have an 86 and an 86. Heaven's Thrust and Chaotic Spring. Those, from my understanding, are straight up replacing the combo enders for both of my combos in the game. And Wormwind Thrust, which is my new, like, strongest move that I'm going to be able to pop. So, nothing to worry about for now until 82. Yeah, all of it just takes control of other buttons. That's, thank God, right? I don't have to move my fucking bars at all. All I did was replace the fucking, my dragon activation button. I just replaced that with Wormwind Thrust. Because in other times, because we get new buttons in the past, I would just straight up not use any of my hotbar until I'm max level, because then I would only have to move everything once. Been for a walk and cleared your head? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Yo, what's up? We got the info. Allow me to dump it. Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats. They ultimately answer to the form. An increase of Gleaner traffic and cargo gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. They said they hit the limit of how many buttons classes could reasonably have. Thank God. I can't handle any more additional buttons. We can be sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of what's going on. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar, but are somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telephroi is wholly unlike those apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by duty of such pressing importance, they saw fit to blow this shit off. Now, official agents have been mobilized. Do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive bullshit. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. Anything would be better than reading. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I think about Dragoon Heavensward and I'm like, how did I deal with that? How did I deal with activating the meter and their action, you actually having to actively pay attention to be able to do things on a timer? How did I live through that? Now they're like, fucking whatever. There's only a timer when you fucking open up that eye. At least in Shadowbringers, we kind of hit that point where they're like, you have so many ways to increase that timer, I don't know why it exists. Follow Ali, Zane. Try not to fall behind. Okay. Try not to fall behind the slowest character ever. I'm trying to make the most slight movement ever to then initiate like an auto run, and it's still faster than her walk speed. Oh. Seventh gen sequence. Eh. Here it's them attempting to teach babies the concept of following other characters, I guess. They're trying their best to like switch up quest design a little bit so it's not always you leading the charge on something. And then other times you're leading the charge in a way where you're having people follow you. So it adds a bit more flavor. Which I think that doesn't hurt too much. I feel like 7th gen walking sequences is when they're like delivering 8 tons of lore to you because we're not gonna have we're not gonna do cutscenes for them. Here it's literally just she's taking me to a building I could have just run to. Don't worry, I got all the shards. Now I'm thinking about Star Ocean 5 where they couldn't afford cutscenes, so they were all just walking sequences. It's fucked up. Ah, here we are. She has seemingly broken. The game's loading. Chat, I've been murdered. I was waiting for that to pop. Alright, chat, the true game begins now.